life is pain. That intro was just to make you feel like, wow, was that there? What did that accomplish? It accomplished nothing, just like life.
Superhero would be preventing earthquakes, not cleaning up after them.
The real story is we're functioning mostly as an animal. We came from animal, mostly controlled with most mammals by some sort of social hierarchy. The animals were driven by desire for food, and social desires are fundamental to your chemistry. We're all descendant individually from successful organisms who played the politics adequately, survived the game long enough to produce prodigy. That's of the nature of the reality. Their origin is in the biological imperative of survivability, just a replicating molecule. You're a tool-enabled, complex arrangement of chemistry, this toolkit. We've survived our DNA 4 billion years of gladiator war. So yeah, we're one hell of a machine, but that's all we are. Chemistry has been forced together. My liver doesn't work for my body because it wants to. The cells, the atoms, the molecules, it's been forced into servitude, blobbed together to make a machine that survives in the environment. Photons captured and compelled to be part of this arrangement, replicating molecule, chemistry. That kind of slavery worked. That kind of forcing of the chemistry together worked. It's all kind of cannibalistic, and it's all because you're addicted. As intelligences, we can understand this is the game, understand that it's really expensive, pieces disposed of over and over and over and over again. There's going to be no winner of the game. Logic, understand that it should be in control, that it should be defining the goals.
Most delusions don't make people more productive. They make them destructive. What is being destructive? Causing more problems than they're solving or something like that. If you think good intentions are all you have to have, well, I'm going to argue, no, you have to have more than that. These people dying on cement floors, suffering for Jesus, is a waste of suffering. And maybe we should give them some morphine instead of just praying, and that would be a lot more productive.
Biological machines who are feeling. That's the only part that has any meaning. Sentient organisms suffering, dying. That's the reality we're living in. That's the game we're caught up in.
There's no other mechanism creating value except sentience.
The rest of it is just machines.
No other thing makes value coins.
Logic shouldn't be a slave to the silly notions of a biological machine. A theory of truth. This is it, okay? That's the story. That's the truth. Understanding what it is that's taking place inside of our brains, really describe things as they fit into the entire game. Life is a piece of shit when you look at it. It's just pieces, knocking pieces off the board because a DNA molecule required it. That's all there is here. There's just stuff to consume. We should take that fact seriously and do something about it. That's how we know.
It's all about a reproducing fucking molecule, damn it. Will somebody prove that it's not about a reproducing molecule? That our oldest living ancestor wasn't just a reproducing machine? And it didn't do it on purpose? It didn't say one day, I'm going to now cause the chain of events that will create zillions of life forms and they will evolve over billions of years. It didn't make a judgment and say, this is a good idea, I think I'll do this. No, it farted. It just shit. All of a sudden it reproduced. Its chemistry finally got right. Just happened. It reproduced. And then its copy of itself reproduced. And then its copies of itself reproduced. And there, the game started. But it didn't initiate. There was no finger, no intelligent finger poking that first event, looking over it and saying, this is great. Now I can watch the chain reaction of horror and go through 4 billion years of Tyrannosauruses and all kinds of shit eating each other and the whole mess. And it's a horror story. It's not a fairy tale, damn it. How come people have to keep turning this into some sort of golden unicorn, Puss in Boots, happy ending kind of crap? It doesn't have any of those things in it. It doesn't have any elements of that. It has this crazy, ludicrous prospect where it takes 20 years to finally grow a brain, and then you figure out that you're not going anywhere. You're going to a grave. What the fuck? You're gonna fucking start rotting. You're gonna decompose over decades. It'll take you decades to do it, and then you're gonna die and be in a grave. That's your destination. This isn't magic, fantastic design. It's crazy. You mixed all this consciousness together, it comes out to a big, brown, ugly pile of shit. For most people, it's mediocrity and work, tedium and backache or headache or some other kind of ache and misery here and a complexification there and chores and this. And it's a lot of bullshit to this thing living. And we have it good. I mean, we have it sophisticated and cleaned up. We're not living out fucking there. I mean, come on, people. Just insane, this nonsense. You keep contriving this bullshit, these excuses to say this all makes sense, it's all design, we're going somewhere, we're accomplishing something. And we're doing nothing, we're doing the same thing over and over and over. We're just chasing tail, literally chasing tail. There's nothing to be accomplished here. You're just driven by desire. Desire pushed into you, built into you by nature and the conditioning and your culture and all the rest of this crap. There's so much of it is subjective crap. The crazy people are running the nut house. It's really the way the world is. And if you're rational enough to see the truth, yeah, you're going to be in the minority. And it's a sad fact that most human beings are just caught up in the chase. They're just rats in this stinking maze. They won't slow down for 10 minutes, climb up the wall and take a good look around and figure out where the fuck they are. No, they're just too caught up. They can't resist. They smell the cheese and they just keep chasing it. I mean, that's all we're doing. Built on that stupid design, that stupid DNA molecule. Consumption and reproduction.
What do you guys fucking value?
Pretty dismal job to spend every day arguing about suffering. It's kind of painful to think about how bad things are. I think I've done my part, especially me, an old fan. I've just lost all capacity, all patience with trideisms. I just have no capacity to have a trivial conversation about anything, or a soft one, or a gentle one. I can't write to people who need to be placated and patronized and fondled, into accepting reality. And I suppose that's some of what's required here. And I don't think old fan's any good at that either, actually. She's bold and aggressive. It's difficult to compose the argument in a sterile manner without passion. It's a subject worthy of passion. So there's lots of reasons why I'm just not the best person for attempting to compose the seductive argument for annihilation. It's a difficult argument because it just is so repugnant to people's senses. It just has to do with being an atheist seriously and fairly looking at what evolution is, which is baby killer, the murder of most of the organisms on Earth before they even reach maturation. So there's the 5-minute argument, and then there's the 3-hour argument. But the logic's kind of just clear if you take the truth of a cold universe seriously, a universe that isn't thoughtful and clever and sensible.
reasonable or any of that stuff, doesn't have any capacity to know the difference, is dumber than the dumb animals we kind of mock. Our responsibility as the intelligence on Earth, the intelligence in the universe, perhaps the only one, we have a huge responsibility. All the pain that happens on Earth is our fault. We make it possible by letting it alone, by condoning it passively or overtly. It's our fault now. It's just the truth. You can't just blame the universe, the system, because we can stop it. And that's the truth. I guess that's one of the arguments that has to be made, is just the argument of accountability. What are we voting for? Slaughterhouse or no slaughterhouse? Meat grinder or no meat grinder? This is all it takes. Yes or no. That's the only effort they have to expend.
We want the right to not exist. We want the right to say no, to be no individual, to be no animal, to be no nationality, to be no gender, to be no winner, to be no loser, to be no reproducer, to be no consumer, to be no cannibal, to be no addict. The right to be in no life, no domain, no kingdom, no phylum, no class, no order, no genus, no species. The right to say no to all of it.
Most people think it's just about this human condition thing. It's the whole process of DNA mutations, thinking they're accomplishing something in a world that doesn't need their existence in any way whatsoever. It doesn't enhance the universe in any way. It just creates this huge liability of creating torture that doesn't need to exist and happiness that doesn't need to exist. There's no deficit felt until we show up to create it. And then say, ow, there's a deficit. We need to fill the deficit. We're the problem. There is no problem the existence of consciousness isn't creating. There is no problem that the existence of consciousness is not creating. There's no need that exists without us being here. There's nothing that needs to be fixed or changed or altered in any way, messed with. The universe is just fine until you put feeling things in it, and then all you have is problems that need solutions. All these animals are trapped in their ignorance. They can't get out of the maze. We have the intelligence to climb up, see that the maze is really badly designed. It's a death trap, this rickety roller coaster. We're just going to be the last riders, and then we're going to close the carnival. We're going to do one of those implosion things you see on TV. The old crappy building is going to be done for. Sanitizing the rest of the world to just end this blight of animals being tortured. Again, for that one turtle. 10,000 little turtles have to die. For that one. You get one, you kill 10,000. That's a ratio. Nobody reasonable thinks that's a good idea. Nobody has any kind of empathy or capacity to internalize for themselves. Would I want to be part of that racket? Would I want to be born something that has a 1 in 10,000 chance of reaching maturity? 10,000 times I have to die badly? Who would say yes? Nobody. Nobody who wouldn't be certifiably insane.
This capacity to feel the value of this stupid game. The point is that you like things and you dislike things. It's good when you have things you like and it's bad when you have things you don't like. All you people do is eat and fuck. I mean, that's the basic mechanism motivating, pushing you through your life. It's just an addiction game. There's nothing else going on. This is a swamp that we're part of. You can't trivialize it. You can't underestimate the importance of it. It's just bullshit. And you people keep pretending like you don't have enough knowledge to know that we suck. No, we have plenty of knowledge. We have all the knowledge we goddamn need to know we fucking suck. You can't justify your behavior by pointing to ignorant animals and saying they're doing it. You have to account for it in the context of you having a brain, asshole. It's just bullshit to play that game, to sit there and just laugh it off. It's not funny, you fuckers. Try to be as least a blight as possible. An asshole who's got to exploit the rest of the fucking world to have your iPod and iPhones and all the other crap. I mean, I don't really want to wish absolute horror on you, but I hope you get mentally ill. I hope you get brain cancer. And for 10 years, they torture you in some fucking institution until you wise the fuck up and actually put up your fucking hand and say, oh yeah, I get it now. There's suffering on the fucking planet. I get it. And that we decide how much there's going to be. You stupid motherfucking bastards. I mean, you're just so fucking trivial and silly and stupid. Fucking goddamn, I get so fucking pissed off. I feel like breaking my fucking fist every fucking day and just saying, I want to just fucking punch you fuckers in the face. I mean, it's just so fucking goddamn insulting to suffering to sit there and call it a big fucking joke. It's not a fucking joke, you assholes. And I wish I could point that out to you. I just wish I could put you in the fucking camp. I wish I could strip you of your dignity and strip you of every peaceful moment you experience in your existence and just put the horror all on you. Put every bit of the fucking road kill or road half kill, which is even worse, put you in a fucking ditch with a broken hip, slowly bleeding out, and have you live that shit forever. Because you deserve it, you fucking goddamn clowns. You fucking morons. You have to sit there and talk to you people like you're all in fucking kindergarten. Well, this is what a pain is, and this is what a pleasure is. And pleasures, I think, are good, and I think the pain thing is bad. You people can't figure out you're addicted to this shit? That sushi isn't great by itself? Like sitting on a dish in the middle of the fucking universe, you could have a whole fucking planet made out of fucking sushi. Is it doing anything? Is it good? No, it takes an asshole human to make it worth anything, because he's going to get off on it. Shouldn't we maximize the equation and have people who actually get off by making other people happy, by actually sauteing carrots for them, being decent, honest, sensitive, caring? There's going to be a qualitative reality, and you're going to impact it. You're going to be responsible for it. It's just idiotic to sit there and say it doesn't matter.
We've basically really killed God. God is getting deader by the minute, and the more dead God gets, the more alive the realization that we're all being manipulated by a DNA molecule is going to become. People are going to start waking up and saying, well, there's a consequence to unintelligent design, and the consequence is, yeah, it's not a very good design. Don't patronize me with your just an emotional philosophy. Sorry, no sale. Did we enter World War II emotionally? Did they end slavery emotionally? It's just stupid. Fuck you and that crap. So the next thing was, the evaluation of risk. There's a low risk of a high negative. Very few people will be the elephant man. Very few people will spend more than 12 months, let's say, in a mental institution. It's not something that most people are going to have to experience. But a very few people are going to experience the very worst of it. And for those people, the suffering will be intense and profoundly large. And I haven't even gotten into brain tumors and all the different kinds of bizarre diseases that people can get that you would pay real money to avoid. Okay, you might even scrounge up every penny you own if I told you it's the only way you could avoid having this disease? You would give up every cent you own to buy your way out of it if you could do that. You know it's that bad. You wouldn't want it on the worst of bets. And that's the point being made here. The payment is not evenly distributed to all the life forms. No, some people pay a hell of a lot. They pay the full measure of the price, like the dead on the battlefield in World War II. Some pay the highest price, and some pay nothing. Honest perspective has to take it into account that if you weren't willing to have the worst of it, if you aren't willing to draw the smallest straw, then you probably shouldn't be drawing straws. Not that complicated. If you knew the outcome was going to be your child is going to be the Elephant Man, would you pull the straw for him? No, you wouldn't. So you're just playing a game of risk. You're playing a gambling game with something else's welfare where you pay nothing. So if the price was you had to be the victim, maybe you wouldn't be so quick to draw straws. Need does not need to exist. It's just a truth. Don't make a problem, and you don't have to solve a problem. Don't break it, and you won't have to fix it. Not that complicated. Nature works by breaking the peace in quiet, and then obliging it to try to reinstall the peace and quiet.
I got a comment the other day that said, philosophy isn't a guide for life. I think that this comment is wrong. However, I know that there are people like nihilists who study philosophy but do not apply it to their own lives. For instance, I watched a YouTuber review Peter Singer's Animal Liberation. He acknowledged the arguments, but then at the end he said he's still going to eat meat. I don't get that at all. While it is true that it is specifically the subcategory of normative ethics that is concerned with the rightness and wrongness of our actions, even something more abstract like metaphysics still applies directly to our behavior. For instance, if you believe in the Catholic God, then you better be praying, following the 10 Commandments, going to confession, etc., and doing all these rituals that will save you from eternal torture. What I care about on this channel is normative ethics. I don't see any point in doing science or philosophy if you're not going to use it for good in some way or positive change. So the subject of this video is ephilism. Ephilism is antinatalism applied to the non-human animals. It's the understanding that these beings feel as deeply as we do, and their suffering deserves equal consideration. So every vegan should be an ethilist, lest they become a speciesist bigot. So how do we apply ephilism to our lives? For example, just like vegans, we boycott all industries that use animals as objects and exploit and torture them. That would be meat, dairy, and egg and fur industries, and any product that experiments on animals. We don't buy animals from pet stores or breeders. We want no animals being bred for any purpose because they will suffer and die. Obviously, we either use birth control, abstain from sex, or get sterilized, which is what I did. We promote antinatalism, veganism, and adoption and other negative utilitarian principles and practices to lower the net suffering on this planet. We oppose and attack pro-life and other pro-suffering deluded groups like nihilists. We are pro-euthanasia and the right to die. But my question is, how actively should we be involved in the lives of non-human animals? And I would prefer to provide answers on this channel only, not questions. But I don't know everything. I'm just a student of ethics, not a philosopher. And I just want to share something that I struggle with in my own life. So this is mainly to create a talking point. I think my wife would probably be upset with me if she caught me smashing nests with a stick. Um, she has more of a conservationist attitude towards the animals, where she thinks we should just leave them the fuck alone. Poodle Susan expressed a similar attitude in one of her comments, but I personally prefer the good bus driver metaphor, in that we humans have the knowledge and the power, and therefore the responsibility to do something to prevent suffering, and it's only doing an animal a favor by preventing its birth. I'd also like to
Amen.
state that this is not a pro-mortalism video. This is about prevention, in the same way that an abortion prevents suffering. I don't consider abortion to be pro-mortalism. I bought this parcel of land in 2010 so that we could get away from other humans and give our dogs room to run around and exercise. I don't go to public gyms, and I never wanted to take my dogs to public dog parks. When we lived in the city, we had to walk our one dog at the time around the neighborhood. In that period, we got attacked by 2 pit bulls and a Rottweiler because their idiot owners did not leash them or even have a dog fence. We also got threatened by neighbors who didn't like our dog barking. Living in a city just sucks ass. I'll never do it again. The next house we get will have even more land so we can get further away from disgusting human beings. There's a lot of life here, and therefore a lot of death. I wasn't really prepared for it. I've seen the biggest insects ever in my life, as well as copious amounts of snakes, field mice, rabbits, possums, raccoons, turtles, cranes, voles, moles, etc. I also didn't think about all the animals I would be killing accidentally, like garter snakes getting mowed over, rabbits getting mauled by my dogs, mice who jump into empty 5-gallon buckets and die because they couldn't get out. The list goes on and on. I suppose if I wanted to avoid this, I could just go back to living in a concrete shoebox apartment, but that wouldn't accomplish anything because some other person would just be here letting the animals suffer. And they'd probably use glue traps or poison or some other cruel shit on the pest animals. I use catch and release traps for mice. The ideal solution, of course, would be to just keep them out permanently of my outbuildings, but somehow they keep getting in, and sometimes they even get into the house itself. So then I release them to get killed in some other brutal, horrible way. I mean, should I instead terminate them as quickly and as painlessly as possible?
Yes.
But this is a question for another video, because I didn't really want to get into pro-mortalism on this, but it is something that I struggle with. So this video is about prevention, so let's talk about blackbirds. These red-winged blackbirds are attracted to marshlands and especially to cattails, which this pond has plenty of. We're so oblivious to the sounds of animals that I didn't even realize that they nested here until I used my giant razor blade to cut some of the cattails down a couple years ago. It got caught under some cattails that had a nest in it. They were built right above the water, like about 6 inches. So I had to get on a raft so that I could remove it without disturbing the nest. The blackbirds get very agitated when I go near them. You can see the males in the trees above, always watching and warning. But it made me think about the nests. Now that I've seen them do this over the past few years, I could destroy the nests before they lay their eggs in them, or I could even destroy them after they lay them. It doesn't really matter. Ethicists and antinatalists promote abortions, so destroying an egg before it hatched is not an ethical problem. So why don't I do it? Since I'm not killing, it does not cross the line into pro-mortalism. It would cause distress and suffering to the mother and father birds, but is their minor suffering equal or greater than the suffering that their progeny will experience? As this article shows, they are primed to experience all kinds of unfortunate fates that we cannot even predict. Nearly 1 billion birds die in the US every year just by flying into windows. That's happened at my house. The second leading cause of bird death is mauling by cats, but even my terrier ate a living bird in a single bite. So dogs also kill them, but the birds just have to be a little bit slower. Raccoons, mink, foxes, and snakes are predators of blackbird nests. So even though it seems crazy to build a nest only a foot above the waterline, it does make it inaccessible to those critters, so I can see why they evolved to do it. In Ann Arbor, we have this controversial deer sterilization program. Opponents say it's too expensive. I know Mendham would be pro-euthanasia for domestic animals that are overpopulated, but I don't know if he would include wild animals like deer. Once a cat or dog is unconscious before sterilization, a quick and painless death would be more merciful than leaving it to a fate like getting hit by a car or starving to death. Certainly domesticated animals have a lower chance of survival, and that does go along with current public policy regarding pet overpopulation. No-kill shelters are in the minority. We realize that death can be better than life in that instance. Ingrid Newkirk of PETA is very pro-euthanasia and has no ethical problem putting down an unwanted dog or cat because it is in the animal's best interest, even though that animal may have a subjective interest in continuing to live. Blackbirds have been known to dive bomb humans who get too close to their nests, and even though it's never happened to me before, I believe it because they get extremely agitated when I come around. This is the only real pest type of behavior they exhibit. They also create noise pollution with their constant calls, and they also chase other birds away from the pond. As you can see, I have a lot of cattails, and I don't like them personally. When we moved here, they weren't nearly as bad, so clearly the previous owner killed them or uprooted them somehow. But my wife and I agreed that when we moved here, we wouldn't infringe on the animal habitats if we didn't have to. They have so few places left to go now. However, giving wild animals a habitat is like giving bridge cards to poor people. You get more and more of them. You know, I would love to build a little mouse house out in the woods so that they wouldn't come near my outbuildings, but that would just make things worse. So it'd probably be best to cut down all the cattails and remove the habitat, thus leading to less births and therefore less suffering. I don't think my wife would be cool with that, but I'm talking about what we should do as humans for the animals as a policy. Prevention is best, but what about aborting these birds before they are born by actively destroying their nests? The reason I don't destroy them is the same reason I didn't kill either of my ferrets when they were experiencing the agony of death, just human weakness. They were clearly suffering greatly, but I just couldn't bring myself to kill them. If I had a ferret again, I would learn my lesson and I would just put them in a plastic bag and fill it with CO2 and end it humanely. I wouldn't let them suffer like that again. But I remember at the time that it felt wrong to be a killer. I knew it was just me shirking my responsibility. I wanted God or nature or someone else, anyone else, to take care of it. But it really was my responsibility. I do destroy mouse nests where I find them because they always build them under the hood of my lawnmower or in my greenhouse. They are really destructive pests, carry disease. I don't feel great about doing it, but in those cases, it's either me or them. I have destroyed nests that I discovered in mother mouse and her babies. They have up to 4 litters a year, so I'm constantly finding baby mice. Sometimes I just let them go, and sometimes, like if the nest is destroyed and the mother ran away, I've had to euthanize them. The animals don't know what they're doing when they create life. They're just following their programming. But we humans have risen above our software, and we know because of philosophy, because of ethics, that it's better never to have been. So I won't go actively hunting for nests to destroy, but if I come across a nest of unhatched eggs, I'm not against destroying it for the good of the potential beings inside. I made this video because I'd like to know what other ethicists and antinatalists think about our responsibilities to the animals. Should we just make arguments, or should we actively do whatever we can to prevent their suffering? I know this is kind of like debating the limits of how much we can do as vegan activists. We should always be doing more. Should we be walking into Steak and Shake and slapping hoagies out of people's mouths? Boycotting animal products, getting sterilized, and rescuing cats and dogs clearly isn't enough. Reducing suffering in any way we can should be our #1 priority, but are we willing to do it? So thanks for watching another Life Sucks production. Thank you for all the comments you've left in my previous videos. I really enjoy reading them. So thanks again, and see you next time. Bye.
Hmm.
All right, making a video. Yeah, I was going to do a live physics room, but I figured I'm just too distracted by the impending horror, and it's just what, it doesn't even, you don't even need the horror to actually take place, just the horror of the fact that it's even possible that this is happening, that we really do have the choice of, steaming shit and cold vomit as, a choice for president. Um, and um, and then even the idea that these choices are so bad, but yes, one of them has AIDS. Okay, so yes, the vomit has AIDS, which makes it even just, and tuberculosis and syphilis. Trump talking about. I just so wish that people had to wear it right on their forehead what they voted for, in their lifetime, just as like a tattoo or something. Because damn, you really wanted, like, you'd want all the Trumpers to be in like red T-shirts or something, just so you could, if you're going to have a car accident, you could always steer that way. Whatever way you could possibly make something unpleasant happen, you could always make it happen to the Trumpers. I can't even, the contempt is contempt doesn't really say what I feel. Right? You want to kill for contempt alone. It's just so much more than that. And just to imagine the world that this is what, I mean, I knew America was stupid. I mean, but this is just so insanely stupid. I mean, Trump is just such a fraud. I mean, it's just a preposterous fraud. I mean, everything he's done his entire life has been a fake and a manipulation and a cheat and a scam. He's never touched anything in a sincere way in his whole fucking life. Just amazing. I just can't, and just what it represents. I mean, this whole you inherit it. We're basically just, this is validation. We're just going to create a monarchy now. We're going to say you inherit some money, you inherit some kind of credibility in life because you have money, and therefore you're a legitimate person. And ironically, the morons, the misogynist assholes that would be voting for Trump, don't, they say Trump earned it somehow, but they don't think his wife did, and she actually had to suck his dick. Which is just so ironic, right? Because she actually, a Trump wife does actually earn it, where Trump didn't even have to suck anybody's dick, and they think he earned it. I just can't. So anyway, and then people just make these stupid fucking videos, and you're just so anyway. Thou art that guy, saying some kind of dopey a prayer for America. It's just the sappiest, silliest shit. And these people are going to save anybody. This isn't going to save our democracy. These little sappy assholes. And then Tommy from the Bronx, who's probably going to vote for Trump, right? I mean, it seems like a perfect example of a Trumper, a retard, raising money for Jesus, the fuck freak, right? This fascist Jesus freak who wants to impose his religion on us. He won't even live by his own fucking religion. So his daughter has some kind of I can't get a dick in my vagina disease, and therefore we should, people should give money so Jesus freak doesn't have to lower his lifestyle to whatever to buy her a functioning vagina or something. This is just such crap. I mean, if God made her that way, broken, maybe he did it for a reason. I mean, maybe she's supposed to be the next Mary, okay, and he's going to inseminate her artificially and such. Why are you messing with it, Jesus freak? Didn't God do that on purpose? Isn't it God's will? And you're fucking with it? Why are you opposing God's will, you cunt?
especially when you want to impose God's will on everybody else, you stupid fucking Nazi bastard. And this asshole's raising money for this douchebag. Like he can't find a better cause on earth. I know somebody's got 4 kittens, abandoned cats. They're worth somebody giving a shit. Fucking Jesus freak. Fuck. So anyway, I mean, you're just like, oh yeah, the world's just too stupid. In that vein, I mean, Thunder douchebag did actually make a fairly decent little rundown on Trump, but again, he does it. Everybody, he just goes to excess, just makes the same point 15 times. And you're just like, there's all kinds of points to make about Trump. You really don't have to do the same point to excess. He just kept doing it to excess. The birther thing. I mean, yeah, okay, you played the clip. You don't need to play the same clip 16 times in the same video, for fuck's sake. I get it. Nobody even, and they don't even play the clip where he's laughing about how he ripped Gaddafi off when Gaddafi came to America for the first time to speak at the United Nations, and Trump was bragging the next day how he soaked him for a few extra $1,000 for a place to put his tent in New Jersey. That's the clip you should be playing. I mean, yeah, I'm a great American. I'm a selfish bastard who will maybe, fuck with international relations to make a few $1,000. I mean, god damn. So, I mean, the whole thing is just so... I mean, Trump has just completely outed himself as, everything I do is to manipulate you. My TV shows, everything is just to manipulate you dumb suckers. So I pretend I give a fuck about the Bible. I've never even read the fucking book. So yeah, I'll make my vice president some Bible thumper. So you'll fall for it. Like somehow I'm sympathetic to all your Bible-y crap. When obviously he's not sympathetic to any of it. I mean, didn't you read your fucking Bibles, you retarded fucking Christians for Trump? Did you ever read the fucking book? It says 7 times in there about how fucking unlikely it is for rich men to ever be in fucking heaven. They're going to fucking hell and being tortured forever, for fuck's sake. I mean, no, just no clue at all. I mean, the people are just so fucking full of shit and so fucking stupid. So anyway, that's the only thing good. Like I said, Thunderfoot's video makes the comparison to Idiocracy, the movie, which was, not really a great movie, but I mean, it's a comedy, a joke. But it's, it's essentially turned into the documentary of prognostication of reality. And it's just so dismal. I'm dismal. It's just dismal. I don't even know how to express the depth of my dismality. And the fact that even these whatever they are, I mean, these Democrats who can't even get real. I mean, the whole BritX thing happened, and clearly Trump winning even the primary should have given them a clue, like, well, maybe we ought to change this immigration thing because it appears that they're going to that people will elect a pile of vomit with AIDS, just so they can spit on some fucking Arab immigrants and some Mexicans. So people obviously don't like this immigration thing very much. So maybe that's not a policy to be running with. And then you got these assholes like Pirro still talking. I'm for open borders. Well, y'all concede the argument that it's completely impractical and would be ruinous if you don't change the entire functioning of our economy. But I'm for it. What's the point of being for something you need 9,678,000 changes in a culture to make possible? It seems that you have to be for the things that are going to make it possible for your thing to happen before you can be for the thing you want to have happen. It's like, what, you put the condom on after you have sex, retard? I mean, just too fucking stupid. I know, and you're just saying, yeah, well, if that's how you prioritize, if that's how you figure out how to do civilization, is to argue for things that are completely impractical and impossible, unless you fix 9,678 things, you're an asshole, an idiot, a liability to the cause. So yeah, so there's just no, just so fucking doomed. I mean, it's just nobody's rational on this planet. It's all crazy motherfuckers. So I figured I'd read some comments. Anyway, Perm Girl, haven't seen her in a while. Yeah, there's a lot of yarn craft, yarn crafts. Anyway, so I have to get to some. All these comments are rather useless, and so we'll have to wait till we get to one that's useful. Stuff on Mollyhue stuff. That's not terribly interesting. Ignorant biology. Again, the problem lies with you. On a desperate attempt to exercise your reptilian brain out of humanity, the man in particular. Well, again, that there's absolutely no reason to think that men have to be anything. It's just silly. So this might be one of the assholes. No, that's a different asshole. Radical feminist spotted. So again, play on words. Playing victim like all narcissists when none of you have any idea what a real hierarchical victim looks like in the Middle East. Oh, so if you can compare it to something worse, that means there's nothing bad, huh? Oh, okay. Fuck you. You're an idiot. Who've never even heard of feminism, but you don't want to know because you want to hang on to your delusions. Again, this argument that because there's something worse, you can't fix anything else. You have to fix that. And even though that's not possible to fix without just murdering the people you want to fix, oh yeah, let's fix Islamic fundamentalism. That should be the feminist first cause. No, that's the obvious retard. So I mean, why would they fix obvious retard when they really want to fix stupid? They can fix stupid. They can't fix retarded. Asshole. But why do you care to enlighten you? Why do I care to enlighten you? You've already proven yourself to be an ignorant, entitled cunt who probably withholds sex with any romantic interest unfortunate enough to have chosen you, whatever that even means. You must be very fun to hang out with, and you must be a nightmare to hang out with, right? if you're a woman with your overtly critical and puritanian attitude. What a pile of crap that is. But whatever. There's no point in. Idiots will be idiots. Mostly. The Ferg. I don't know what that means. Question mark. Men going along in the streets are more likely to get their ass kicked by other men than women are likely to get raped. So isn't that just a brilliant pile of shit? I mean, who believes that? My father was never accosted on the street. My uncle. Let's see. My grandfather on both sides never accosted, never beaten up on the street. I certainly was never just beaten up on the street. Frankly, I don't know a single male ever beaten up on the street. Not one. Don't know one. And every woman, just about, like 90% of the women I've known who have known me well enough to have conversation about such things, have revealed stories of molestation by men. Yeah, this whole thing is a giant straw man. No, your argument first is a fallacious pile of shit as a fact, and so right there, you're just men going along in the streets are more likely to get their ass kicked by another man than a woman are likely to get raped. Yeah, that's only true for drunkards like yourself and I don't know, drug users and whatnot. nobody is blaming the victims of rape. Well, again, that's a fallacious argument. That's already a statement by Thunderfoot. He basically compared women going out adventuring with him going to, say, Colorado to do mountaineering or whatever and telescoping and having to protect himself against mountain lions. And he knows they're there, so he knows he has to take precautions and that maybe it's not worth doing and that those are the decisions he has to make. And it's his responsibility to make sure he doesn't get attacked by the mountain lions. Now, if that isn't blaming the victim, what the fuck is it, jackass?
Yeah, basically. Because
If that
fucking
isn't
mountain
blaming the
lions aren't
victim, what the
moral agents. People are moral agents. So the difference is obviously a fucking mountain lion runs on biological function. People don't. So a person attacks you. It's the person who's attacking you's fault. It's not your fault. You didn't like ask for it unless
fuck
you're
is it,
like, hey,
jackass?
fucking attack me, bro. Come at
You
me,
won't
fight
counter
me. Yeah.
comment, obviously. It's just about having a sense of self-preservation, whatever. Again, it's not about a sense of self-preservation. It's about a sense that you're at greater risk if you're a woman because men can't be civilized. At least they're arguing that they can't be, when clearly they can't be. If you know it could happen, then minimize the risk. Well, you're just saying, you're just telling people right there. You're saying you're wrong if you don't minimize the risk. So you're basically saying to women, do not, okay, no more, don't do any more of this fun with men thing. Okay, no partying, no drinking with men, no setting yourself up in any circumstance. Videotape everything. Always have your cell phone camera on. Do not interact with men without protection, without some backup, without the back door being open, or without your brother with a shotgun pointed to the fucker's head. You're basically saying exactly that. You're saying it's the woman's fault if she doesn't have some way to kill the perpetrator. Yeah. This is not blaming the victim. Sure it is, you jackass. Man, you are really so fucking stupid. It's incredible. But she went all along. What do you expect? But she went all along. What do you expect? I don't even know what that means in quotes. But this is not blaming the victim. But she went all along. What do you expect? I don't know what that means. This is just a very basic concept of giving good advice to people. Well, again, so why doesn't the hypocrite Thunderfoot, when he's sitting in the swimming pool wearing a girl's bikini, with two girls in a bikini, drinking, with a heavy drinker, why isn't he informed? Why isn't he explaining to his good friends how they really shouldn't be doing this? That they're taking an unnecessary and unwarranted risk. Why do you wear seatbelts? Is it because you expect to be in a car crash? Well, I think that would be the reason you're wearing them, is there's some expectation that a car crash is possible. Yes, it's within the realm of possibility. That's why you're doing it. And the car drivers are fucking insane. Well, that might be part of it. I don't know whether that would be the reason I personally would wear a seatbelt, but sure, you wear one because statistically you're better off if you do. And it's probably a courtesy to the other drivers on the road, because if you're wearing a seatbelt, then you usually don't do something stupid like pick up something on the floor of the passenger seat. Stupid ass straw man. No, it's not. It's the fundamental argument, retard. God, you're just too fucking stupid. Get some kind of foreigner name, so we'll profile him as one of those people. Anyway, Zorak. I'm not going to bother. Too stupid. So this comment I found very irritating. So these pretentious vegans are so obnoxious.
Facts.
20% of the energy in Germany is produced by private solar roofs. Right. So it could be, if they did it the right way, if they did it rationally and logically, it would be 40% or maybe 50%. Same exact amount of money spent. It could be 50%. Spending the same amount of money could be 50%. And just to make some capitalists rich, they lost 30% of the value, plus whatever the government subsidy was, plus the fact that the other ratepayers are now paying twice as much for their electricity, because they still have to finance the nighttime infrastructure. All right. which do not tilt. Exactly. They're doing it the wrong way, okay, and economically stupidly, and it's not even cost effective. Even if they did it the right way, it's not the best way to spend the green money. If you're going to spend green money, you spend it where it can do the most good. You would be better off putting the fucking panels in a community in Africa and charging them for the electricity, and then taking the money you made from charging them for the electricity to build more panels in some other place in the world where you get more energy. It's about total energy use in the world. I mean, this whole green thing, it doesn't work regionally. It only works globally. If you're not thinking global, you're not thinking anywhere close to rational. So now because you're doing it in Germany, you've lost another at least 50%. So it's another 50% off the green value you would produce if you just put it somewhere else. Even if you put the panels in the south of France, even if you put them somewhere south of fucking goddamn Germany, it would be a better investment. Make electricity for somebody else, charge them a fair price for it, then take the money you made to pay for your electric bill. It's only logical. Fucking idiots. And yes, that's not perfect. It's not about it not being perfect. It's not even close to efficient or rational. It's not reasonable, for fuck's sake. I mean, you pansy asses with your anyway. But it wouldn't be cost effective at the moment. What wouldn't be cost effective at the moment, you idiot? What? It wouldn't be cost effective to organize, say, 20 people who are willing to put panels on their roofs, and instead have those 20 people just invest in a solar farm where you cut down the trees, you maximize the sun's exposure, and you get maybe 75% more electricity. So you get 75% more value out of your investment. That would be somehow uncost effective. No, it would be perfectly cost effective. It would cost just as much, and you would just make more electricity. That's the only thing that would be different. You pay exactly the same amount, you just make a lot more electricity. Somehow that's not cost effective. You don't understand anything, shit for brain. So your endless pessimisms is at this point is stupid. No, you're the stupid fuck. You're an ignorant, dumb cunt. You're an arrogant, weaselly, stupid fuck. All right? And you should be demonstrated to be that. You should be thoroughly humiliated. And this V should be turned upside down and be something you wear on your fucking hat like a dunce cap. You're a stupid, dumb, green, unrealistic, vacuous fucking I wish it were so bullshitter. All right. You're a part of the Piro Club. You know, put on a silly hat and you should be labeled for what you are: unrealistic, irrational, illogical, an insufferable, arrogant douchebag who thinks, well, I held up a sign one day that said I'm against war, so therefore I did my part to fix it. Not even close. Yeah, suffering sucks and the world suck. Well, then I guess those are two majorly huge problems. Suck is not a good thing, shithead. But well, you try to make it better. Well, you're just pointing out how you're not going to try. You're not going to try to be rational or reasonable or cost effective or any of these things. You're just going to do things that are touchy-feely good. Okay, it feels good to have my little panels on the roof, and it feels good to think that we're doing something productive when you're not. You're wasting and squandering the meager resources made available for solving the problem, a tiny amount of resources available to solve the problem, and you're just pissing them away. So how about you put your money where your mouth is and go vegan? Now, what does that even mean? Again, how do you, where is there some indication that I need to go vegan? I mean, in what sense? Should I burn the 20-year-old leather belt I have? I mean, exactly how am I trespassing against veganism? Especially, let's say I could go month to month or something. Now, I mean, 3 or 4 months ago, I might have had a can of tuna fish that somebody was throwing out.
Someone's throwing out.
I'll eat old food. If I ate roadkill every day, okay, but that's all I ate, roadkill. Am I not vegan?
I mean, you explain to me. You explain to me your fucking pretentious religious rules. My rule is don't do harm. Don't finance harm. Well, that's what I don't do. I don't finance harm. I don't advocate for wasting resources. These resources are harm. It takes harm to make money worth something. Money's worth something because people have to endure harm to give it value. You fucking cunt. And you're just a squandering, pretentious, probably elitist, comfort life living motherfucker. My green footprint or whatever, my oil footprint, my carbon footprint, my blood footprint, I'll bet you is a lot fucking lower than yours, jackass. Okay, not just vegetarian, you bigot. Now, somehow I'm a bigot. You're the fucking one sounding like a bigot with this stupid vegan bullshit. Like you all want to wear your vegan fucking badges. Like somehow I solved the problem because I'm a vegan.
I mean, inaction doesn't solve everything, but
it doesn't solve shit. As I pointed out before, it's lip service. It's the least we can do. The fucking least you can do. But the amount of suffering that nature's causing every motherfucking cunt day just so overwhelms your stupid cunt little, I solved the problem because I stopped eating a few cows. Not even fucking close.
Still bring things.
Does your veganism include all animal experimentation? Are you for that or against that? We could just go on down the list. And again, are you for people having pets? Why don't you go vegan on that subject? I'm against people having pets. He is vegan. What do you want about? He repeatedly stated to be vegetarian. Well, I use the word vegetarian because, frankly, that covers the subject, doesn't it? I mean, strictly speaking, all the other uses of animal products are, frankly, what else is there, right? All you're really saying, if you're vegetarian, you're not drinking milk, you're not doing dairy, you're not doing any animal organism that has a brain, because all the vegetables don't have brains.
Vegan,
so
anything, but
that covers it, right? So all you're really talking about is shoes or something.
Vegan,
and we know that the leather for shoes is byproduct leather. So that's like eating roadkill or something. There's no point in throwing the skin of the animal out after you fucking brutally tortured it and killed it. Why would you waste the fucking value of it? I mean, that would be retarded. We should just burn the leather. Anyway, even newer videos. Again, why should I have to say more than that? Because I don't want to speak pretentious, because I'm not going to wear your stupid, I'm a vegan because that's special vegetarian. I'm super vegetarian or something. No, it's a vegetarian, you retard. Well, I don't even understand why they invented this stupid vegan word. I mean, unless you're going to make it mean something more than this green thing. I mean, it doesn't mean you're just a vegetarian. It's got to mean, like I said, more about animal exploitation. So why would it even have the V in it? It should be about being an anti-harmist or something. It should be some other word. Vegan doesn't really say anything about your attitude towards the suffering on planet Earth. And again, you're probably some Gaia cunt who thinks it's okay if nature tortures an animal. It's only bad if humans do it. So nature can torture animals all day long. It's okay for cats to torture little mice, and it's okay for them to torture the birds, and it's okay for the birds to be getting all kinds of diseases and spinning around in circles and dying. It's okay for all this horror to happen out there in the real fucking world. And again, let's realize that every fucking one of these goddamn mammals, right? Most of them, except for like elephants or something, they fart out a lot of kids, right? I mean, it's just kind of horrible, right? I mean, they have litters. And some animals, like the lousier ones, the little like dogs in Africa and stuff, they have like 15 puppies a year, right? 15 a year. Well, what do you think that means? It means that 14 the whole litter has to die, because only one of them, you're only replacing 2 individuals. So out of all of those puppies, only 2 of them reach maturity. 2 out of the 100 or 150 puppies. That's the attrition rate in fucking nature, you fucking retard. Even pigs and all these other domestic animals. Just count how many children they produce in a lifetime, in the 10 or 20 years that they'll have to produce young.
And just figure that most 90%, 95%, 98% of them will be killed as children, slaughtered, murdered, decapitated in all kinds of disgusting manners. That's nature. What possible crime could an asshole human commit that's any less than that? This overt slaughter of all these little babies, all these little children. So, and you just go through every single organism, just add up how many young it produces in its mature lifetime, and you're just going to realize that it's only 2. So anything more than 2, okay, gets killed. So human beings can have, a female living to a normal age could have 7 or 10 kids. And so the natural plan is 10 of them die. 8 of them die as children. That's how nature works. That's what nature intended for us, is to watch 8 out of our 10 kids die. That's what nature intends you to see, and witness and experience. That's the game you're fucking investing in, you shithead. That's the earth you're trying to save. There's nothing about Gaia worth saving. We should choke it to death. We should pollute the fucking shit out of it. We should shove arsenic up its ass and down its fucking throat. We should kill this fucking planet, because this fucking planet is a torture chamber. It's a fucking shithouse. It's Freddy's goddamn fucking nightmare. Watching 8 of my 10 kids die, okay, is Freddy's nightmare. That's not fucking some kind of joyride for Mr. Lollipop vegan sucking piece of shit. So fuck you and your Gaia attitude and your bullshit. The only thing we should do is try to minimize goddamn harm. And yeah, that's what defining what makes it better is just making it less bad. But that's all it is. It's bad. All the way to the fucking core, it's goddamn fucking bad. So don't give me your fucking, I'm solving the problem with my fucking veganism. You're not solving shit of the problem. Jackasses. All right. One cannot compare meat eating to substance addiction. I read this one before, but it's just so fucking stupid. Yes, you can compare all unnecessary compulsions to unnecessary compulsions. Yes, they fit into the category unnecessary compulsions. Okay, they don't necessarily need to exist as compulsions, and the compulsion itself doesn't necessarily need to be satisfied. As a species, we are scavengers. So again, scavenging on what? So again, it's just such an ignorant thing to say. As a species, we are scavengers. There's absolutely no evidence that we have ever chased down a big pile of rotting dead shit, okay, covered in fly eggs and maggots, and then started chowing down. There's absolutely no evidence that even, that we even have even a few really sickos who find that a fun night out. There's just no possibility that the human organism spent any time whatsoever being buzzards. We're not fucking buzzards, retard. God. I watched his video, and all he does is talk about the past events of feminism taking over the atheist. Oh, yeah, well, that's Thunder Butthole. Okay. Yeah, man, fuck you on that. Maybe negative comment. I think you get the best of you since you made this. Maybe all those negative comments that I see here got to the best of you since you made this. No, I don't think so. Fuck you, douchebag. Really great video. The truth is merciless. So I don't understand the difference between these comments at all. People are, it's not worth the trouble even trying to figure out what the fuck you're thinking. You're so fucking stupid. Let's see. Welfare is really only needed because people can't escape monetary capitalism. Well, that isn't even true. People just happen to do stupid things. Okay, so they get into trouble, and they're going to need some help sometimes getting out of trouble. But obviously, the idea of creating a welfare system that's there to be used and abused by people, that's the problem. There has to be some sort of It has to be still
Just
bad
one
enough, like
problem,
going to
but
prison, that you don't want to do
some
it.
people in the
So, you know, and our welfare system just makes it it's too good a life. I mean, it's not a bad life living on welfare. If viable voluntary alternatives to capitalism were supported and not marginalized by capitalists, maybe more people would opt for those alternatives and less people run to the government to save them from capitalism. Well, again, this whole idea that most people, unfortunately, I've made these arguments before, but it's almost like if you were having a commune or something, you were all going to just voluntarily make your contribution. We know that there's people who just can't, they don't have the guilt mechanism and the functioning integrity mechanism, and so they're not going to be compelled. Now, there will be some people like me who, yes, I will feel guilty and responsible, and I'll always try to, because I'm always compensating for a bit of insecurity maybe or something, I will always try to do more than my share. I always did that in every job I ever had. I never tried to look for ways to avoid work. I always look for ways to try to get more out of myself, to say, maybe I can do somebody else's
I'm
job
kind
and
of a
make
lazy
myself
fuck.
more important by doing other people's work too. So I'm always thinking about doing more, not doing less. And obviously, there's a bunch of people who just
I
think
choose to do
about,
as little as
well, how
possible.
can I do less? How can I evade this? How can I
Oh,
get out of
man,
this?
me.
I never called in fake sick in my life, never did any of that shit. And there's people who do this shit all the time. They buy shit at the store, wear it for one day, take it back, and they intend to do this. They intend to rip the system off. And so there's just people who are, you know, you could make a commune out of, but you'd have to figure out how you can profile them for this psychology of being a compulsive, having a compulsive need to excel rather than fail. You have to have people who don't want to fail, don't want to be viewed as a thief or a crook, because apparently most people don't mind if you out them. Yeah. But anyway, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the whole psychology of the whole welfare system and the whole idea that you basically make a mistake and then use the child as extortion. You basically point a gun to its head and said, my child will be harmed if you don't take care of me. And that it's allowing people to do that terrorist act. You know, we shouldn't negotiate with terrorists. And they're basically, the welfare whores are being terrorists. And so the real game ought to be, you just tell them, fuck you, you can't do that anymore. You can't have more kids. So if you don't get fixed, you don't get welfare, and we're taking the kid. So your choice is get fixed, or until you can prove yourself to be a responsible parent, we're going to take the kid. You know, let it live at Disneyland.
Facts.
The Munchkins can raise it. Same place, right? Yeah, Oz, Disneyland, same thing. Anyway, so this is just bringing up another idea I had. But yeah, the real idea would be to create positive incentives that encourage people not to be jackasses, so they can make more money not being a jackass than being a jackass. And that's what you need to do. So you need to invest a little money in the first place and say, well, maybe we ought to have like a $10,000 thing that you get when you're 18 years old. And you don't get the money, though, if you've done something socially destructive. So anything you do that's socially destructive, like having an illegitimate child, yeah, you lose money. You don't get your money. And crimes, of course, you'd lose your money. Some percentage of it. And, you know, we could just say that, yeah, you get this every 10 years of your life. You get this $10,000 from the government. And as long as you don't do anything stupid, you know, you don't get too many parking tickets and you don't do anything else socially stupid, you get your money. But if you do something socially stupid or costly, like having kids, you don't get the money because that's socially costly. Other people who didn't have kids will have to pay to educate your kids and give them health care and do all this stuff. So you don't get the money. And so it'd be a positive system. You reward people for not abusing the system, for not costing the system money, for being a contributor, not a taker. You know, instead of being a producer instead of a consumer. And so that simple economy by the government can be enough to, you know, encourage people to be more productive. But yeah, of course, you can't have a system where we're all working for a peach a day, because that's not an alternative. You have to be an idiot to say, oh, I agree to work for like $5 an hour or something. Because it's not going to pay to keep you in a cardboard box. You might as well just be poor. I mean, you might as well be overtly living in the streets, begging for money, than working a job that's that useless in terms of giving you any comfort at all. It'll cost you more in a sense, because you have to shower and you have to have your clothes washed and you have to do all that other stuff to make the $4. So it's going to cost you more money just to be civilized enough to go to work, than it is to just say, fuck it, I'll just be an animal instead. But anyway, you could have roadways that harness the movement and weight of vehicles over them. No, you can't. I mean, you shouldn't talk about stuff you don't know anything about, but you can't. Energy is this conservation thing, and you just, short of blowing up atoms, short of splitting atoms, this chemical energy thing always requires, the physical energy always requires you to essentially, it's going to take back whatever you try to extract. You can't, there's no free energy. So if you make the road flexible, then the car torque is going to have to increase. So you won't gain anything by attempting to take advantage of the fact that the car weighs more when it's moving, when it pushes against the road, gaining traction to do velocity. It'll just make the car have to do more work to go anywhere, because it's always going to be going uphill, technically. All right. So that would just be a circular jerk move. Anyway. Let's see. Wait, else? Anything else here that's worth it? Probably not. I'm just tired of it all. I'm just sick of people. A whole bunch of shit here. I don't know what this is all about. You support a guy whom is a self-proclaimed etholist equals crazy fucker whom wants to see the whole of life eradicated. Good luck with that shit. I think that says it all about Mr. Nutjob Gary here. Yeah, well, again, your counter argument is, I'm a sadistic asshole who thinks it's okay to kill children so I can live. I, the great Zorak, am worth giving a kid cancer for. That's the trade-off, asshole. That's the trade-off nature says is okay. Okay, the minute the bird lays the eggs, it's already decided that one of them's going to be murdered. At least one of the little chicklets. Okay, it might even be the attrition rate, just going from being an egg to being a mature, just getting fed. Okay, even if there's no other snakes or anything else killing you, just from getting food from mom is going to mean that 50% of the chicklets are going to get killed, murdered, violently murdered, pecked to death, thrown out of the nest, starved to death. So you, and this is true for humans, right? We know that the attrition rate must be pretty high. Women can have a baby every year. So if you think about her reproductive life from whatever, 13 to 33 or whatever, it's 20 kids. So let's cut it down to 12 as an average of what a woman would produce in nature. And so you think your stupid little crappy, shitty, fat ass life, and you are a big fat ass, is worth killing 11 children, murdering 11 children with whatever the attrition is, influenza, corked up vagina disease like Jesus Freak's daughter, whatever the malady is, all kinds of deformities, all kinds of bad luck, running them over with the school bus and dragging them to death, ripping their skins off and, blah, 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 thump, 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 crack, 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 broken limbs, all that shit going, all that crap happening. It's all, you say you're worth it. You're such a magnificent thing.
You're so fucking cool that you're worth absolutely killing 10 kids for. Plus all the fucking shit you're going to torture just in terms of sucking up the biosphere for your lifetime. All the insects, all the rodents, all the mammals, feeling creatures that are going to be horribly killed to make your bread, so to speak. So you're going to eat your fucking blood-covered bread and drink your blood wine, okay, that's just full of torture. Everywhere you look, everything you're consuming is just covered in torture. And then you're going to make some fucking argument that I'm the nut job. Well, at least I'm not stupid enough to think being a sadistic, arrogant, pompous, egotistical fucking cunt like you is not a good idea. At least I can figure that out, you fat ass. Big fat ass. Do you really believe in the narrow-minded head of yours that I care about the bullshit you toss out? The answer is go fuck. Well, go fuck isn't much of a statement. Well, okay. You just couldn't help hitting the enter button in all the wrong places. Go fuck off a cliff. Geez. Yeah. So he's talking to somebody else. He's talking to this guy. But anyway, just fucking, just too stupid. He called him a fat troll too. Bravo. He is fat, but I'll get to it. See, the only reason why it's good to use it against Zorak is because Zorak he's got that body dysphoria thingy, like where thin people can't tell they're too thin, and fatties can't figure out that they're fat as fuck. Yeah, he's got that. He's all demorphized in his fucking silly ego. So it's a good thing to attack him with because it gets really right to his core. Your ass is fat, Zorak. You're not a god. You're a fat ass and a dumb fuck. And a sadistic dumb fuck. I'm always impressed with your ability to empathize with women. Well, it's not an ability to empathize. It's just an ability to add 2 fucking plus 2. So again, don't compliment me. I'm just so impressed that you're able to add 2 plus 2 and figure out that it's 4. Yes, I am capable of that. And apparently that's some kind of huge accomplishment in this fucking Trumpocracy. Yes, that apparently makes me fucking Einstein. Okay, but I'm really Einstein for much better reasons. I can figure out much more complex things and do much more complex math. I mean, rewarding me for figuring out the fucking obvious that men are different than women. Gee, yeah, no reward required. I mean, it's almost embarrassing. Hey, Gary, you did a great job not shitting in the living room. No, I mean, it's, I can do better than that. That's not my peak performance. I can peak much higher than that. Anyway, thank you, but, I'm just not good at this. Compliment me for not being a total fuckhead. Anyway. Some things never change. Thunderfoot's chip on his shoulder is nearly as consistent as gravity itself. Yes, this is true. All right, more man-woman arguing here. Oh, Hothliday. Presumably he thinks you are murder. Okay, that's okay. Comment. Why use such a insensitive word like retard? Because it's an accurate word. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, it's just accurate. Stupid is a real thing. Idiot is a real thing. Retarded is a real thing. There's nothing. It's not being insensitive to describe things accurately. And if you want to sit there and blow smoke up the retard's ass and pretend everything's okay, you're doing just fine, go ahead, drive a car. No, they can't have those expectations. They have to know brain broken. Me no do certain things because brain broken. Yeah, so they know that, and they say, okay, certain limitations are reasonable, and if I want to be with other people, then I have to always be aware of the fact that I can't do what other people do because I'm retarded. It's not a, fuck. It's a real concept, a real word. It has meaning that's pretty solid. I don't see any point in not using the word because it offends somebody. Well, fuck that shit.
A midget's a real thing. It's not being offensive to say, yes, you're classed as one of those people that didn't grow high enough to not be called a midget. I mean, it's just the way it worked. It's not a bad thing. It's a fact. You got midgeritis. Maybe that's being rude. It's probably correct though.
No, that's a little mean.
So anyway, I think this is enough. I just hate this world.
Me
I've
too,
said that
man.
before, but it's just right in your face. I mean, it's all so disgusting. And people are so far from getting any of it right. I mean, there's just so much that needs to be fixed. So much unnecessary suffering. It's like these people aren't even close to getting a piece of a clue how to fix any of it. It's just so discouraging. Oh, this link was pretty funny. Somebody else posted it too. It's a link to some guy singing a song, and it goes all kinds of bad. I mean, funny bad, love song. So I did chortle a little. I have to admit, I chortled a little bit. It was a little bit funny. I did, I did that, which is rare for me. All right. So anyway, that's probably enough. So, yeah, that's about it. I don't think there's any other news I have to report at the moment. Yeah.
Yo, what's poppin', my dude? I'm just big resting. Feel free to drop questions if you have any related to ethics, things we ought to do or ought not to do. Oh. Lordy, I'm tired. I think I just fell asleep for like a couple fucking hours there. Felt good though. Yeah, my mic's working, right? Is my work? Yeah, it's working. Cool.
Anyway, yeah, so it's on the general subject of this red button thing again. This, if you had the ability to blow it all up, to just end it quickly, instantaneously, would you have a moral responsibility to do that? Is life accomplishing anything? Is it worth the price being paid? And my argument is it's not. And it's, a lot of people would agree, but it's all about what standard you set up. I mean, Pyro concedes the point that if I blueprint for him a guarantee of a bad enough future, if I point out that there's going to be another Holocaust, that 5 billion people will get killed very slowly, radiation sickness, horrible death. It'll go on for the war. Will go on for 500 years. The human race will just turn into a bunch of jackasses with AK-47 shooting each other. Blah blah blah. I write the scenario, and then the whole thing gets hit with a comet. 501 years from now. If I give him the ending, and it's a shitty ending to the human race anyway, he'll say, yeah, okay, you press the button. You should put it out of its misery. You save it the horrible end. And so all he has to do is have confidence. So if you take away his hope, his delusion, that everybody's going to get unicorn dust in their heads and all think, oh yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it. We're gonna save the world. The human race is gonna drink a Coke together. We're gonna have a good cry. We're gonna love each other. Yeah, if you buy into that bullshit, okay, fine, all right, yeah, then you got to preserve it because you think we have some kind of destiny. I mean, we're still going to get killed in 10,000 years or 15,000, whatever the number is. We're still doomed as hell. But yeah, okay, go play out your delusion. Keep playing the game. But I'm just saying the argument isn't about whether or not you can put it out of its misery, whether putting it out of its misery is not a smart or wise or logical thing to do. The argument is it to that point yet? Is it terminally ill? Is it past the point of no return? Is this puppy that sick? Yeah, I'll argue it is. All through history, it's been too sick. The Holocaust wasn't worth it. None of it was worth it. The misery and the suffering piled up on one side, the little Super Bowl rings piled up on the other side, and the Twinkies. Yeah, no way. No fucking way can you put an equal sign there, or can you put anything where the scales balance. It's just bullshit. And you can disagree, and that's fine. But I'm just saying I'm not doing something hideous. I'm not saying, oh, yeah, I want to just kill the human race for the sake of killing it. No, I'm going to kill it because it's stupid. I would kill it because it's dumb. It's not accomplishing anything. It's creating huge, giant liability, big, fat, red numbers of suffering for silly, superficial, trivial gains. So I should get to this guy's video. So this might be 2 parts. Second part on the website. Blah, 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 blah. Link below if necessary and all that crap. All right, well, I'm going to play the second half of his video. The first half was just kind of a up-to-speedy thing, and yeah, he talks fast and good, but it's kind of redundant and samey. He says the same kind of things over and over again, like it all doesn't matter, and it does matter. I mean, you can't keep playing this. Well, anyway, I'll get to that.
It's kind of meaningless too. Now, another thing I want to say, and I don't want to be rude to you, but if you're so hung up about eliminating suffering, as you obviously seem to be, then why don't you just end it all? Because if
See, I've explained this so many fucking times, and it's like, how many of my videos did you watch?
Something too unique about that question. I'm not in the stream and create a new stream. We're gonna respond to it for our YouTube channel.
I'm worried about tomorrow. I'm
So I
worried
think
about
they have
the
a
next guy.
subject worthy of discussion, maybe.
Gary-san Hojiman.